Bingo, bango. Very good. I actually had to go back because I like genuinely forgot what it was that I said I was gonna do yesterday. But I know what I'm gonna do. We're going to verify that everything works on the server. Maybe do a little bit more playtesting. Um, maybe make some minor tweaks to some things if I want. I want to have a quick look over each effect, just make sure that I'm liking what's happening and all that other stuff. What's this? Okay, I see. When was this released? 2 days ago. Damn, fresh off the presses. Interesting. Anyway, that's a DDD related thing. So what I want to do, like I said, I just want to verify that everything works. I want to look into each chaos effect kind of a little bit more closely and just make sure that they're all doing what I want them to do, and if there's any changes that I want to make, basically. So I am gonna run the server here. This server should work fine. Then I need okay, if it starts up great, I might need to restart it again because I might need to build this for that to work. So then I have to check on our CurseForge profile. Thank you for the follow, Kappa. I actually just saw your message on Discord too as well. Um, I, when I saw the message on Discord, I was like, wait, someone added DDD support for something? That's cool. And then I realized it's, oh, no, this is something that can have DDD support. Now I don't know how that mod works at all. So it might be possible that like it can just kind of work out the box, but it depends on how it does stuff or whatever. But it's pretty cool. It's like Electroblob's wizardry, and I mean it has support for that and stuff too, which is also nice. Is this gonna work? No, it's a building. We can be here forever. Get this out of here. So how's your day going? How are things? How's life treating you? Hopefully pretty good. I Wow, I didn't think this would take so freaking long to work. Oh, it's probably still no, it started Damon. Dude, I don't know. It's taking time. Anyway, so there's definitely a list of effects I want. You know what? I'm gonna write up a list of effects that like I definitely have to check first, like 100%, and make sure they work. And then there's a couple of effects that, and then we're just gonna kind of go through the rest of them, right? So none of these are abstract ones; they're just abstract implementations. So it's all the new ones. So around the world, bake, basically all the shader related effects, right? All the green ones here. Color inversion. Flipping out. Mega. Going big. Grayscale. Upper yonder. That's how I spelt it in my little notepad here. Great. Hotbar roulette. Iconic. Actually, I'm gonna check something with this. Did I mess this up? I think if I hit iconic and I get normal, it no work. Maybe. So we'll definitely check this one. But I think this is a bug problem that's not related to server problems, just related to I am not great at programming problems, basically. So there's Mosaic, Paint. I'll test Paint on the server as well. Like, why not? Light, bushy, rave, rotate, scatter, sepia. Social distancing. There's definitely something that I want to do with this scatter here because I only hit the hunger and the health. But if they have oxygen and they have armor, I think I should scatter those too. And there's spin to win. Right, and then so those are the new ones that I need to test, and then I'm gonna test all of the other ones. Okay, is this? It's initializing the extras. I should definitely just build it first because I still need to connect, right? And I don't think I can run two things at once. Probably not. All right, you know what? Stop this. Build it first. Run the build. Build the project. Open CurseForge. Make the profile. Copy it over. Blah, 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 blah. Where am I at here? I am supposed to be in here. Oh, this takes a while. build libs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 'cause I only have like 1.2.2 built. I don't have 1.3 built. Which we kinda need. Also kinda need CurseForge to open. What? My bitrate. What's going on? Fix your shit. Or network connection. My ass. It's probably fine. What'd you just make? Wait, did I not change the build to be 1.3? No, I didn't. It's still called 1.2.2. Wow, see, that's the thing. Should be, oh, it's not in settings. It's in Gradle properties. Yeah, this should be 1.3.0. I'm not gonna sync while it's doing its thing, it doesn't matter. Wow, that was a 3-minute build. That took 9 years. Not as long as it's taking CurseForge to open though, which is also great. I'm gonna have to make a new profile, aren't I? I am. That didn't even occur to me. Like, I didn't even think about that. There we go. Holy moly. Let's see. I'm gonna need to create a new profile here. Pretty much. Okay, so we're gonna create a new profile. Let me MCCE because I'm switching the Minecraft version. This is 1.21.11. Yeah, go ahead, buddy boy. It's like, do you give permission to this thing? And it's like, hello. This is fabric, and I believe that's good. All right, boom, create that bad boy. It should be a simple drag and drop this bad boy in. What is this? Oh, those are other things I don't care about. So, okay, so the server is paused because we paused for 60 seconds. All right, so that's what we got there. That's good. That's good. The server's up and running. Doesn't seem to be any problems. Yeah, because that's for that nonsense, which doesn't matter. Boom, boom, boom. You bet. All right. Now, it might complain, but it might not. Because I built it when it still said 1.2.2, not 1.3.0, and this is 1.3.0. If it does that, I'm gonna be mad. All right. I just want to confirm, what do I have in like this? Okay, yeah, that's a different thing. What about the MCCE 1.2? Okay, all it has is the Fabric API, which is all it needs. All right. Open folder for this bad boy. Mods folder created. Slap that guy in. And then, well, bam. Let's get this going. All right. There we go. Now we're testing all that. So I have all these effects. The scatter needs to scatter other stuff. And then iconic. Has a missing texture that's not actually supposed to be a missing texture, I think. All right, and now I have to update the Minecraft launcher. Oh my gosh, dude, we're gonna be here forever. All right, you know what? While we're here, I'm gonna be looking at the other mixin thing for this. I think I have no idea what it is. It's not under game renderer, right? No, because that's for that. Not under the GL state manager. It's not under the mix and simple option, because that's for something else, and it's not for. Oh, it's for in-game HUD. Render. Yep. Nope. Scatter sprite handler. Right, because I need to reset it because it does whatever. This is a list of hard offsets and then hunger offsets. And then I'm gonna need like oxygen offsets and armor offsets. So we're definitely gonna have to do this. We might need like an enum for it and stuff. Because let's see, this tracks all these offsets, but the armor is capped at 20. And so is the oxygen, so I can use interrays for it. And then I just do this. I just have a private method that does this here. What the hell? I didn't do shit, buddy. So where's this update called? This update is called here. Because this is used here for all this, and then I need that for that other thing. Oh my gosh, you're telling me after all of this, the launcher's still not gonna open? Bro, the server is waiting, my man. Do I want to use an enum for this? I probably do. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna want. We're gonna keep this open on the side until it decides that it wants to work. Basically. I can also use this to determine like a way to identify it. Dude, my like computer is dying. Please. Right, I need this is container, right? But like this lets me know if we're heart or hunger. Do I even use this? Oh yeah. And then I just do the same thing, but I have like additional stuff for whatever. Okay. Yeah, I see you. Right, and so basically we're just gonna change all of this to do that. I think the private here is redundant. No, it's not redundant. This needs to be an optional. I can even just have this be an identifier as well. Sprite ID dot contains type dot sprite substring. I can return optional dot of type. Otherwise, we can return optional dot empty. Does this? Okay, it doesn't need to be final. So now the idea is I use that, and then this is just if it's not empty. Can this actually work, please? I'd like to test the thing and make sure it, works. There we go. No, I don't care. There we go. Finally getting somewhere. And now all this needs to do is get that. And I should update this to use the enum, and I should update this to use the enum. This part's pretty simple. Shouldn't it be... Oh wait, I understand. It's not a thing, it's like this. Please. Oh my god, we're finally there.
Press enter to enable the narrator.
Stop. There we go. I don't know why. I think it's because my video settings are set to auto. We don't need that. Oh, you can have constant music. That's kind of cool. Okay, we can now finally test this. We're gonna be doing the same thing. Actually, I'm gonna make it creative. Just like this, okay. Boom. Yeah, we just want to make sure that it sends the correct effects to the No, it's not supposed to be single player. What am I doing? I need to know, like... Okay, it is localhost. That's what I thought. Right, why has everything immediately gone to shit? Oh my gosh. Bradley, stop. Also, you're like way too loud. Thank you. Okay, so, please. Now, what I want to test is, I know that that some of these things definitely work. Like this is definitely working. All right, so that one is good. I'm sure the other ones are as well, but I want to be thorough and make sure there aren't any inconsistencies. Seems to be working. Wait, do I insta-kill this thing too? That'd be kind of a problem. Hmm. Okay, that's better. All right, so that was that one. This one's working too. Oh my gosh. I want the color inversion, which is doing this, which makes this guy kind of look awesome. That one's good. Oh, he becomes tiny. Yo, what? I think I know why that is. When they render it, they use the zombie model, but they just scale it up, right? And then when I'm doing that, it's resetting that. Okay, we can apply rotate, that's fine. Okay, that all works. And then, but he does go back to being big. And this still works too. Oops. Oh, I have the reach effect, which is actually really useful with this other effect active, because otherwise you just like can't reach the stuff that's down there. So that's a thing. You went ahead and were a menace. Okay, grayscale seems to be working. Kind of hard to test that when I'm in creative. That's all those working. Also, there's definitely, this has 5 Bs in it. That's cool. This has 3 Bs in it. I was about to say, there's something that's messed up. Oh, you're also messed up. Wait, I'm like same height as this guy. Not completely. But we could definitely duke it out. Oh, I am now floating. Life is pain. Alright, so I need to check iconic, but I don't want to check iconic when this is all I got. Can I check it way over here? Get the fuck off of me. I think I'm looking right. Yeah, I wanted this one. How the hell? See, that's the thing, right? And I think it's hitting, I think that's the normal one. Okay, so it does, I can hit Wizard. I want to see if I can hit the Wizard hardcore, but I don't think it, oh wait, there we go, we got it. All right, cool. So I know exactly what's going on with that one. Mosaic I saw, that one worked. This one seems to work exactly as specified. And we saw Polite, it worked perfectly fine. I am going to perish. I wanted to see if there was something I could eat that could clear ocean effects, but there isn't any. There we go. Oh my gosh, and you still decide to be a huge dick about it anyway. So now we'll apply Rave. That seems to work perfectly fine. Damn it, he saw me. That was unfortunate. Alright, and now, rotate we've done. Scatter does work, and it does hit the absorption hearts too. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. Yeah, so it does hit the absorbing hearts as well. 'Cause I guess that's part of the heart stuff, so that's fair. And now we'll apply sepia. That is in fact that. It just reapplied that, that's so funny. And now these guys are gone. And then we just have the spin to win one. And it doesn't do the attack indicator. You gotta be kidding me. These yellow carpets do nothing. There you go. Oh, that's interesting. Definitely don't want that to happen. Okay, so let's take a look at some of those things. I have allow flight set to false here. I'd probably want allow flight set to true. Never metadata, right? No. Not even here either. What am I looking for here? I'm trying to look for the kicked for floating too long. Abstract properties handler. Allow flight. There we go. Oh, buggle boy. Where is this? Where is this used? Is flight enabled? There it is. Hello. How's it going? What is if it's floating? Turns true if the player is kicked for illegal movement. I need to. Goodness, that has no gravity. This I get gravity. Now this has no gravity. Turns out the entity has no gravity. Entities using blah blah has no gravity. This is saved on the no gravity MBT key. What if I checked if what's good? What's good? SJKZ. I'm gonna just call you SJ. I could check into here for no gravity, or I could like set their gravity. How does that work? Let me double check. Press L levitate right here. They set no gravity. That's all you do, you set no gravity. That returns 0. But that was after I cleared all the effects. Because then they no longer have no gravity. Right? So it's like, they're still floating. This is still sad. I should probably mix in into here. And what I can do is I can just reset floating ticks if they have press L to levitate. Server play network handler. I wonder if I can get that off the player. I can, right? Dot network. Oh wait, I probably want like player utils dot get server player dot if present e dot network handler server play network handler dot reset floating ticks. Boom. We are gonna have that. And we're gonna do, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna actually stop this. No, this is you only. How do I don't think I can. Whatever, we're just gonna stop it. Alright, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna figure out what this is creating. Actually, no, we're working on scatter right now. We're gonna do scatter first, then we're gonna do all this other stuff. I wanna scatter the armor and the air, right? So I need there we are. So this reset, where does this happen? Tracked dot get, okay, reset, which is done at the beginning of this. So it's gonna reset this, right? And then that's going to, I want this dot iterators dot can we have like maps dot fill? from map function. No, I can't. This just returns a map that's the result of the transformation. I don't care. Hit me with one of the implementations. Transform entries, and it applies that function to the value. New transformed entries map. Oh, I see what it's doing. I see what it's doing. That's not good enough. Can I not fill a collection? Okay, so that's not gonna work either. Don't do that. And streaming it and making alterations aren't gonna do anything either. Replace. There we go. Replace all. Places each entry exception thrown, that is boop, 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 boop. There's no guarantees about synchronization or atomicity properties of the method. Any implementation providing atomicity guarantees must override this method and document its concurrency properties. Well, I don't have any concurrency issues. So replace it all with -1, right? And then as per this nonsense, it works, right? This isn't going to replace anything. I think I want compute. Attempts to compute a mapping for the specified key in its current map value or null to its current map, no current map value. For example, to either create or append a message. I can compute, so I need that and then the remapping function. The remapping function should not modify this map during computation. So this is going to be kv. If k is null, right? That's sort of what I'm looking to do here. Oh wait, K is not null. If V is null. If V is null, right? That's where we're at. I think I'm overcomplicating this. Need this as merge. Just do. There we go. Just for each one, just put -1 in it. That way, when reset is called, we have a guarantee. We're gonna deprecate these for now. That way I can. And these are never used, and then those are that. Okay. We're gonna have this. It's gonna be this. And then we more or less do all of this here. And then I don't need this. Because I know it will be, because I've gotten the icon type. Couldn't I make this regex and then just... I could, right? I'm gonna make that regex. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... Red heart absorbing full, and then there's... Red heart container, container blinking. Okay, so this seems to work. So I can have the regex be... this. That's a little better. Okay, so I have that. The player is not null, the client is tracked, and the affected pipelines contains this. Then we're gonna get the scatter stuff. We're gonna get the iterator, we're gonna get the info, we're gonna get the delta, we're gonna get the index used. And we're gonna do it dot increment for the icon. And then delta is gonna be p dot get right. Now this is the thing, right? Like this info as get hard offset, get hunger offset. It instead needs to be get offset for like whatever, right? Hello, how's it going? What's good? Oops, I know what I'm doing here. There we go. I set this up. Varian. Is that correct? Did I say that correctly? And then I need a private. And then we're gonna for ni equals 0, I less than r dot length, I plus plus. I did. Nice. How you doing today? JS be less than r dot, or r indexed at 0 dot length. J plus plus. And this works because Java only allows for square arrays. So I can just index there. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing some last minute tweaks, some last minute fixes, testing some stuff on servers, and then like basically we'll see what sort of time I have left here. A couple of minor tweaks on this mod that I'm working on, and then I could release it today, basically. So that's where we're at, which is pretty exciting. This can be if j is 0, get random x, otherwise get random y. I can just set it to that. I can use a ternary for that. Wait, then I don't even need this either. R indexed at ij can be if j is 0, get random x, otherwise get random y. Nice. That actually simplifies that. And now we initialize all of this, and then I have to do this dot initialize array passing in hunger offsets. Whoops. This dot initialize array passing in air offsets. This dot initialize array passing in armor offsets. So it initializes all three of those now so that it can work with armor and air as well. Now, this needs to be changed to just get offset, right? And then this also needs to be changed to update to be dependent not on this, but on that enum. So this is going to be in array get offset for icon type, not icon type, and then index. And then this is going to be private, right? Actually, wait, couldn't I do this in this? Yeah, I could do this here. Actually, I don't know. That's a great idea. Because this is slightly different. Compared to this, which just returns that. But these are not private, right? They're like package, if anything. Yeah, they're like package. Oh no, they're public. So I can access this. Which means I can do all this in here. Which seems a little bit better. And then I just override it for heart. Yeah. So now I need to and I can just return this dot get offsets, pass in the info, index that at index. Now I just need to provide an implementation for this. Return info dot hunger offsets. And then this provides a whole different implementation. I don't need that. And then this is get offset from info. I provide a new implementation for this, which basically does this. Well, it's going to be index. And this is going to be info. Part offsets. Oh, wait, this doesn't have this. Unless I just... Maybe I don't need this then. This is kind of a weird implementation, but whatever. I just do that. This is basically how I map it. These two are like kind of really coupled, but whatever. I don't. It's whatever. It's whatever. And then this could be deprecated. And now this needs to. And now I need to do the same thing. If type is icon type dot heart, then we're gonna do this. Otherwise, we're gonna do type dot get offsets for the info. For this. At index. Can I set that equal to data straight up? Does this work? Hello. How's it going? I think that works. So now back to here. I can do p.getRight.get offset, passing in the icon. I'm passing in index used being it.get for the icon as well. Wait, I need if is container. And then put this in here. Then I don't need this anymore. And then I can pass in the icon. It's not the most elegant, but it works. It works. Hello, Matui. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Howdy do. How's life treating you today? What am I doing? I'm working on some last minute tweaks and polishes for the mod I've spent the last couple of months updating called Chaos Edition. I'm updating it to version 1.3 for Minecraft 1.21.11. So I'm making some last minute polishes. I'm looking to try and release it today, and they're gonna spend time filling out the wiki for it and stuff that I have. Um, I guess I can sync the Gradle changes. You're not gonna be dumb, right? What is the mod doing? So if you're familiar with something called Super Mario 64 Chaos Edition, that was a mod that's sort of like a troll mod, basically. I'm trying to accomplish the same thing in Minecraft. And so here's sort of the idea of it. So that's the scatter, but I'd like to double check that the scatter actually scatters it. Oh, wait. Well, yeah, I need to double check that the scatter actually scatters it. I didn't even add the other things. So basically, all I would need to do now to have it scatter something else is I need to add these enums so that it knows what it should be scattering. Right now, I could just check to see that this works with normally before I go and add all that other stuff. But I don't think I need to. So we're gonna pop into in-game HUD and we're gonna look at where it's rendering all this other stuff. Overlay, render mount health, right? So this is vehicle container. This still contains container. Vehicle full. And it still has heart. So it'll still move this. Right, because what it's looking is that it's splitting. Well, it checks to see if it contains heart and hunger, and if so, then it moves it. I might want to split it instead on the slashes, and then just check to see that one of them contains heart and one of them contains hunger or whatever. I could see that being reasonable. Except that doesn't work for that. Because it's not HUD hunger, whatever. It's HUD food empty hunger. Food half hunger. And then this is food empty. Food, not hunger. Hold up, wait. This is if they have the hunger status effect. Food empty hunger. Food empty. What did I literally just have before then? Okay. So you're not pretty good with coding. Do I have tips to learn it, or how do you start with coding? So I started with Java when I was in grade 10 or something, right? So I started in high school basically. And I just found it made a lot of sense. Like it just kind of clicked in my head a lot of the time for me. Um, it's like trying to explain a really complex idea to someone who knows like literally nothing. Right? Like the computer knows literally nothing. I have to tell it how everything works, right? And so, but it only speaks in a very certain language. So you have to tell it in a very certain way. That's sort of how programming works at like a high level. But in order to get started, here's what I think helped me, right? I was learning Java, and there's a bunch of ways you can learn Java. You can watch YouTube videos. You can you might have an ad going. Wait, shit. All right, I'll wait for that to finish, and then I will continue from where I left off. All right, so we got about like a minute of that, and then I'll continue. Right, I wanted to be here. Shouldn't it be food and not hunger? This should contain food. That's what it needs to be. It needs to be food. Because I'm looking to hit HUD food empty hunger. This is HUD food empty, right? Like that's what it's got to be. Okay, so that's rendering food. And then this renders the air bubbles. Add done. All right, so this is just HUD air bursting, HUD air empty. Okay, so this still relies on empty. That's good. So you can learn Java through a lot of different ways. YouTube videos, there could be a bunch of websites online, a whole bunch of other stuff. They're going to get you to start with the basics, right? Now, I actually used to be a tutor, right? And I used to do some tutoring, and I did some tutoring in programming. And one of the kids that I tutored, they're like, "Oh, I want to like make a chatbot, right?" And that's what they wanted to do, like right out of the gate, right? They wanted to make an AI chatbot. And I'm sitting here, and I'm like, "But dude, you can't even, you wouldn't be able to program a simple calculator for me if I were to ask you to. There's no way you're gonna get to a chatbot just right out the gate, right?" So you got to start small. You might have something in mind that you want to do, and absolutely, like, I'm not trying to say don't do it. I'm not trying to discourage you, but like, you have to bite off projects that you can think you can handle, especially with like a new skill. It's like any new skill, right? You're not gonna dive into the deep end right away, right? It just doesn't work. So you got to pick up something that's like that you think you can handle. And for a lot of people, that's just making like a simple calculator. Because then you get to work with the basics, you get to work with a couple programming paradigms, stuff like that, right? So it's just kind of like going to school. Watch some YouTube videos, take some notes, talk to other people who program, watch them do it, see what they end up doing, right? Like I usually talk out what I'm doing here a lot of the time. And then eventually it comes with time. So my tip is it's like going to school and you gotta be patient. Do I know Scratch? I'm familiar with Scratch. I've never used Scratch before. It's like a drag and drop, right? No. I'm thinking of something else. It's not GUI programming. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Or maybe it is a drag and drop thing, yeah. Right? And so that's a nice start because it builds the fundamentals of like how computers do things. right? But if you want to go into the stuff like, for example, Java, right? Like that drag and drop, you'll see where a lot of that comes in, right? When you're making decisions in Scratch, I think they're called like conditionals or something, right? And I think they're like diamond boxes. And then you decide a condition, and then there's like two arrows that go out from it or something like that, and it determines what it wants to do. That's just like this, right? Now, granted, this doesn't have a second option, right? If this condition is true, it's going to do this. Otherwise, it's just going to continue on, right? But there, I do have an if-else somewhere, right? Like here's a bunch of different conditions, right? If this is true, actually, this isn't me. This is a actual source code, right? If this condition is true, do this. Otherwise, check this condition, then do this. Right? So those kind of conditionals, you'll see that in the programming language. They just present kind of in different ways. So you'll have good fundamentals with Scratch. I was looking at air. That's render health bar, render air bubbles. We're doing stuff with Scratch and it's relatively easy. That's a good sign. That means like you're picking it up and you're understanding it, right? And so now you can try and go a little bit further, maybe start looking at a programming language. A nice simple programming language to pick up is Python. I started with Java and I like Java for like how rigid it is with its rules basically. If you don't follow the rules, it ain't gonna work. And that works really well with me, but Python's a little bit more forgiving in that regard, and I think that that kind of lenience is also useful. So now I'm looking for air, and it doesn't matter about this or this because it's going to draw those, and it's only when it sees empty that it's going to increment. So I can go here, I can add air. Air. Now I have to provide implementation for this get offsets, which is going to return info.air offsets. Make that a method. I've run hit and run Scratch, and the problem is for me, is my time. It takes time. Like it takes a long time to do. Now, where is it gonna render the armor? Or sometimes English. Oh, you're German. Oh, nice. No worries. I think I'm sort of picking you up. It takes a lot of time, right? I'm pretty sure I'm picking you up here. So the thing is, this is armor full, armor half, and this is armor empty as well. So it's only heart that's like container. Everything else is just empty. So I can do the same thing with armor too. Awesome. So this mod here, I'm going to give you some context because that's important. Give you some details. Chaos Edition, right here, right? That's this, what I'm working on right now. I created this 2 years ago. And I last updated it a year ago, so I'm updating it now, right? This update, when did I start working on this? I can actually give you the exact time I started working on it. Now, I had to take a break from streaming for a couple of weeks due to some stuff, right? And so I wasn't working on this for a bit. So I did take a minor break. But let me break this down and give you a bit of an idea here. Because I can look at the VOD of when I started, which I have over here. That's gonna be a porting. When I ported to 1.21.11, that was in February. 2 months ago, I started working on this update. Over 2 months ago. That's a decent chunk of time. No, I'm only coding like 4 hours, 2 days of the week, maybe if that, right? So maybe like 8 hours a week or whatever. I'm not dedicating like 8 hours a day to this. If I was, yeah, I could maybe finish it faster, right? But sometimes the creative process for me takes a little bit of time, whatever, right? I don't program every day. But we can work that out actually. Let's say each stream's about 4 hours. Sometimes they're a little bit more, sometimes they're a little bit less, right? So I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 streams. This is my 10th stream, so we're getting to about 40 hours. 40 hours to update this. That's a lot of time. Projects like this, they do take time, right? But don't get discouraged, right? Don't give up just because it takes time. The best things in life take time. If you're committed and you like the idea, there is no reason to not go for it. I have a mod that's like 10 years old. Why is updating mod taking so much time? So this took time for a couple of reasons. I can actually break that down more. So I had to port this mod to the most recent version of, or like the version of Minecraft that I wanted it to be on. It was on a slightly older version. I wanted it to run on a slightly newer version, which means I had to change a lot of this code that worked on the previous version so that it worked with the new version. So I had to go through all of this. All these files here, anything that's not green, anything that's blue was something I had to update and change when I was porting it over. Anything that's green is new that I added, anything that's blue is stuff I had to fix. It's a lot of stuff, and there's still some stuff here. This doesn't really have too much. But like there's a lot of things here that I've had to work on, right? Just to port it over. And then there was tweaking the existing stuff that I had from my previous version, maybe making some adjustments, fixing a couple bugs, all that stuff. And that was like the first 2 streams, so that's like 8 hours there. And then there was a lot of learning because I wanted to do some new things and messing around with that and working with some visual stuff and some shaders. And then like all the green stuff is all the new stuff, and the green stuff took like all the rest of the time. Minecraft's deleting code with updates or changing names, for example, of an entity. Sort of, right? That's sort of what they're doing. They changed how certain. Excuse me. I'm trying to say something, but I'm saying it in like 3 different ways at the same time. They changed the way. They changed how certain things worked in the code. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. Um, and so it's not that they changed, like, they did change the way the game worked, but they also changed how it worked in the code, which means a lot of things were moved around and stuff. And so in order to accomplish the same thing, I have to go find, what it was doing, what I was trying to do originally, and see how I can do it with the way the code is now, right? A good example that I have here is this one. right? The exact effect that this is doing here is not super important, but I did have to add all the copper stuff, right? I had to add the new spears that Minecraft added, so I had to do that for all of this, right? And then I had to the way the enchanting worked, I had to change the way I was doing that a little bit because like it works the same way, but I have to go about it a slightly different way, right? And so all of that, this was another, like getting the local difficulty for an area, that was done completely differently. So that had to be changed for everything. Things like that. There are a bunch of small things. Bunch of a small change here, small change there, right? But that leads to me having to make a bunch of small changes everywhere. Then provide an implementation for this. Return info dot armor offsets. Okay, so that's that. Let's check to see if this works. This should now scramble everything, and then if I like dive in the water, it should scramble like my air bubbles and stuff. And it shouldn't break. And I think I have everything correct. Yes, looks like it. I mean, it's loading, so we're getting there. All right, so for everyone new, please heed. This mod doesn't intentionally try to do flashing colors, but sometimes that happens unintentionally, so just keep that in mind. If you're sensitive to flashing lights, just note that, right? So the thing I wanted to check, I don't know if I want to be here. Can I just take me home? Yep, you can. Alright, so we're here. Now, if I do this, I don't have any armor, right? So if I Chaos Apply Scatter, it breaks the game. Damn it. That's not what I wanted to have happen. What's up? And there's a lot of this, too. Get offset. Index -1 out of bounds for length 10. Right, but I understand that, but it's supposed to increment it first, because it's drawing... Should draw. Get offset. It dot get icon. Yeah, you increment it. So if you, for example, you programmed a new grass type and the new grass type is only placeable on soul sand, they added the copper bulb, you need to change something in the code, right? Actually, a good example is, let's say I add a new grass type that's only placeable on soul sand. And then the nether update happened where they added soul soil. Then I have to decide, do I want my grass to be placeable on soul soil too? If so, I have to change the way that it works to, instead of just look for soul sand, also look for soul soil too, right? This is here, though. This is here. Right, I'm here. This should hit me with the container, and it should increment it. Then it should... That increment should put us at 0. I'm gonna have to breakpoint here. I'm gonna breakpoint here. There's some, like, really nuanced thing happening here. I need to know what it's drawing. It shouldn't be drawing any armor or air, because there wasn't any. So this is probably for the heart. Oh, unless it didn't... Unless it doesn't... This doesn't match. I wonder if it's because it doesn't match, because I have to do that. And, like, escape it. No, wait. I'm not trying to escape it. It might just be how it matches this. Okay, that would make more sense. So, it reverts to a previous world save, which I think puts me here, yeah. So now I apply scatter. We hit the breakpoint. This is container, but is container is true. This dot iterators is all -1. Now the heart is 0. Now I'm gonna go into you. You're gonna get, and you're gonna return, and you're gonna assign to index used. Get offset. The index is 0, and it gets the hard offset. Boom. Okay. This container is false. Misogyny? No, that's fine. Capitalization is autocorrect, so since... Oh, really? I mean, hey, that's I didn't know that. Wait, no, don't do that. Go into here. And now it goes into here. This gets... This iterator should still be 0. It is. Okay, cool. Boom, that's good. Our HUD heart is container true. Heart, 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 heart. Food empty. Okay, now we hit hunger. Right? Now it's whether or not this happened. This is food empty. Did it not hit that? Is container is false. You don't match the regex. What do you mean you don't match the regex? What? And then that's when it crashes, right? Yeah, okay. So it's not matching this. Right, like, this should work. Food empty hunger should be perfectly valid. HUD food empty hunger. Food empty should also work as well. And that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be food empty. You need to compile this. Yeah, okay. What's the thing for this? Okay. Yep. We're gonna have to read all of this, by the way. The regular expression specified as a string must first be compiled into an instance. The resulting pattern can then be used to create a matcher. Blah blah blah. Typical invocation is this. Um, A matches method is defined by this class as a convenience for when a regular expression is used just once. This method compiles an expression and matches an input sequence against it in a single invocation. The statement blah 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 is equivalent to the three statements above. Cool. Backslash character with octal value. Yep. Okay. These are regular expression constructs. Any character may or may not match line terminators. Ones are not at all. 0 more times, 1 or more times, exactly n times. Blah, blah, blah. These are quantifiers, logical operators, acts as a capturing group, back references, quotations, special constructs. The backslash character serves to introduce escaped constructs as defined in the table above, as well as to quote characters that otherwise would be interpreted as unescaped constructs. Thus, the expression slash slash matches a single backslash and slash brace matches a left brace. It is an error to use a backslash prior to any alphabetic character that does not denote an escaped construct, though they're reserved for future extensions to regular expression language. Backslash may be used prior to a non-alphabetic character, regardless of whether or not the character is part of an blah blah blah. Okay, backslashes within string literals in Java source code are interpreted as required by the Java language specification as either Unicode escapes or other character escapes. It is therefore necessary to double backslashes in string literals that represent regular expressions to protect them from interpretation from the Java bytecode compiler. Thus, the string literal slash b matches a single backspace character when interpreted as a regular expression, while slash slash b matches a word boundary. The string literal The string literal is illegal and leads to a compile time error. In order to match the string hello, the string literal blah 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 must be used. Right, yeah, no, I understand that. Right, it has to match the full thing, which it doesn't. I have to do that because then it has to be this, then it has to be that, and then it has to be that. Okay, I understand. I need this, like this. The reason for that, why did you comment that out? I didn't want you to do that. The reason for that is because I need to match arbitrary characters, find the word container or empty, and then match arbitrary characters to find it within there. Boom. All right, problem resolved. All right, let's verify that this works. I don't think. Do I still have a breakpoint on? I do still have a breakpoint on. Yeah, sure. Chaos supply scatter. We'll just check the breakpoints for everything. So this is heart, 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 heart. Food. Its container is true because it's food empty. Boom. Food full, food empty, food full, food empty, food full. Bada boom, it works. Scattered. Beautiful. Now, if I... There should have been some water nearby. There is over there. It's not really nearby. Shit. It didn't like that. Armor full, armor half, armor empty. Match full. HUD, armor, empty. It does match. What are we talking about? HUD, armor, empty. Like, we definitely get into here with it. It's just, the question is, why does it not work? Oh, wait. I know why. Because it doesn't draw the container. It doesn't draw the container. I go eat dinner. Thanks for the follow, Matsui. You enjoy your dinner. Thanks for tuning in. And the same probably applies for the air, right? Air empty texture, air bursting texture, air texture. It just draws those regardless. So it just hits full here, and it doesn't need to increment. All right, here's what we do. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. Oops. We do this, and now, so the heart, they do have separate containers. The food, they do have separate containers. The air, they do not. The armor, they do not. Not is has separate containers. I just want it has separate containers. If they have separate containers and is container, so either they have to have separate containers and it's a container, or they don't have separate containers at all. And then we should increment regardless. And so this is a straight, this is your standard implication. That's that. If they have separate containers, and that implies that they have a container, then we should do that. Otherwise, we should do it regardless. Right? And now we go up here, and we do this, and we do is container, and then this goes outside here, and then this isn't needed. That check is passed in there because that depends on whether or not the icon has that. Boom. All right. We should have this working now. All right, so I have, can this go away? Why do I have armor? What gave me armor? There we go. There we go. And now I should be able to hop down here. And there we go. Now my air bubbles are also weird. Dude, there's something messed up going on here. Is this private? It is private. It equals m equals 10, so that or that. It goes up a little bit. Wait a second, no. Like, there's nothing to draw, so it doesn't increment it. And it checks to see if they barely have any air, and then it's shifting it all. That's for that. Okay, okay. But why is it? For a brief moment, they shift because they only go there. I need to know the context where it does that. Get max air, it clamps the air, checks if they're submerged. Get air bubble Y. That's the Y of where their air bubbles are, which doesn't make too much sense, but whatever, that doesn't matter. And then get air bubble delay. If air is not 0 and they're submerged in water, it's 1, otherwise it's 0. Last burst bubble is 0. I want to try and hit that frame, but I don't know if I can. Because we're not submerged in water. Then last burst bubble is 0. What is that even used for? BL2 is K is not equal to L, which is the ceiling of the air plus the delay times 10 over the max air. B2 and N equals L. N is this. L is the air bubbles. Also, if N is greater than 10, it's greater than 10 minus M. Which is the air bubble delay. These are all private stuff. That's really tricky. What am I trying to do here? I gotta know. Right, so it's like it pops, and then it goes invisible. Kinda wanna know what the hell they're talking about here. My air is 29. A is 1. L is 1. But there's a brief moment where that's not true. What is M? M is 9. M could be 8. Right? Because that's the number of that. That's if they're not equal to each other. Then we play the burst thing. We play the burst sound. Which lasts for like a single tick. And then on the very next tick, or like, the next sort of tick thereafter, They're back to equal, but we still had the bursting texture. And then the air bubble delay is 1. The air is not 0 and we're submerged in water, it's 1, otherwise it's 0. That's like for 1 tick. The delay is 1. And if n is greater than that, we increment it regardless, even if we're not drawing anything that time. Right, and then we can draw it over there. There's just that one frame or wherever where the air's not there. Okay, so what I want to know is okay, so that doesn't break point. I'm gonna not draw anything. I'm not gonna draw anything. If that's false, and that's false. Right? It's like right there, basically. What do I do here? Like, that's not gonna be it. We have to be on that bubble. That's gonna be when the air bubbles. That's just a number of air bubbles, which isn't really dependent on the air. Well, it is because there's a delay of like 2 ticks, which means that shows for like 2 ticks. L is their actual thing. And K is their thing like 2 ticks later. Which means if they're not equal to each other, which means we're at like 30 air. If we're at like 31 air, that -2 is gonna floor down, and then we're gonna have 2 and 3, right? Or whatever it is, right? Air plus delay. I'd want to increment. Like, there's another time where I want to increment, which is when the player's air is a certain amount. But actually, that doesn't even work. Actually, it does. It can work. Okay. I think I have an idea. Client dot get instance dot player dot air get air. And if I modulo, or not modulo, if I divide it by 10, no, if I modulo 10, and that's less than or equal to 2, but like not 0, no, that's not what I needed. This is, I don't want this here actually. I want this here under the increment. Okay, air modulo 10. I have to put this as a separate thing. That's kind of annoying. Whatever. Um, it's greater than 0, but it's is less than 2. And then it's gonna say that it has separate containers. That's it, right? So we're gonna check to see if it's air first. If it is, we're gonna check to see if we're like within this weird little range. If so, we're gonna increment by 2, so that the next one is drawn the next spot and it doesn't like shift like that. I think. We can narrow this down to where it's gotta be. And I crashed the game. Awesome. I had a feeling that would happen. But this here is gonna be air. Okay, if air is greater than 0, and air is less than, I need to get their max air. Most entities have a max air of 300 ticks or 15 seconds. And I need to basically do this check here. Air times 10 over max air. Get the player's air, get the max air, and that's less than 10. Ugh, player entity. Then we can do this. That way for that first one, it doesn't need to shift because there's no extra air bubbles being drawn. I'm also pretty sure this is not what I want. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be different. And air times 10 divided by max air. Oh, and you ceilinged it. Alright, please, can we get there? I haven't even fixed the iconic thing yet. Like, what the heck? The air is 270 in this context, which is that popping. Now the air is 258. Now the air is 235. Yeah, no, okay. What the hell just happened now? Did I run into the exact same problem? If it's less than 10. Which is that they're not equal to each other. And for those ones, it does that equal K. And it draws that. Otherwise, it draws that. So there's like a 2-tick window in between these things. If they're not equal to each other, I'm still going to run into the same problem, though. Unless I like put a mix in here, but I don't know if that makes sense. Where does left? Left is whatever's given. Left is the last one, which is M. M is guild window width plus 9 over 2 plus 91. This, right? Which is gotten from the draw context, which I have. So I can get that point, that left point, and then when we render the air bubbles, I will know which one we are on by determining which one this is, because this is the X position of it. And then I can isolate for N, basically. Subtract left, add 9, divide by 8, add 1. Make that whole thing negative. Like, isolate for N, and I'll know what bubble we're on. Like, I need that. And then I use it here. If it's A, I can do left equals context dot get scaled window width, wherever that ends up being. Scaled window width, divide by 2, add 91. Actually, I might need that on the whole thing. Now we know that the N here, i.e. the bubble that we're going to be drawing, is going to be, I move this over here, that makes that positive. Move that over there, it's negative, so it's going to be left minus 9 minus x pos divide by 8, add 1. Left minus 9 minus x pos divide by 8 plus 1. Now I need to put parentheses. That's the bubble we're drawing. right? Because I can do that minus 1 times 8. And then subtract it and swap them around, and we, excuse me, we end up isolating for that. Okay, cool. So we have the bubble number. So if I'm drawing bubble 3 and then I'm drawing bubble 5, n starts at 1. We said it's a difference of that. And then we set this dot bubble count equal to the bubble number that we're on. There we go. That way, it'll like check the x position that we're drawing at, and it'll increment it by 2 if we've incremented, right? And then I'm also going to reset the bubble count here on the reset there. I can't believe the air needs its own special attention. I should have known. Well, the upside is I've managed to fill 4 hours with pointless, pedantic bug fixing and running around. I was like, what am I going to end up doing? But we're good. No, what do you mean? It should work. Sorry. I'm like scratching my headset. What are we doing? What are we doing here? That's fine. It doesn't matter. I want to see if we actually end up getting to that point ever. Oh, this needs to be a max call, not a min call. That's how I messed it up. There we go. It works. I fixed a really slightly minor thing. Why were you shifting? It should... So it puts it in, but it shouldn't touch the other ones. It shouldn't. Wait a second. I don't understand. Why is it updating the other ones though? So it'll increment it to 0. It'll get the first thing. So like everything is already satisfying those conditions. But then when it adds a new heart, it's new. And then if x plus that delta is less than our padding, we shift it in that direction. And then if that plus or delta is greater than our padding minus our screen bounds or whatever, we shift it down. And then we do the same thing. So it turns an array, right? I'm not sure I understand why it's shifting. Like, I understand why this shift happens. I don't know why it's doing it to every heart. It shouldn't be. Wait, I think I do know why. Right, it gets for this, but then there's new hearts. So then, like, for the 11th heart, it returns 10 here, right? Because it increments it once. It goes to 10, it gets that, it gets 10, then it stores that there, it uses that, it gets that offset, and this is going to be for 10. Which is greater than or equal to the heart's offset outsides. So it adds to the list, and then it gets for that index, and then it returns that. I don't know why that doesn't work. Unless it's drawing its hearts like the other way. No, because then I should see much different situations. Alright, so right now, this isn't being hit. Right, so now, if I apply a Hardy, it still doesn't hit it. I think it does kind of draw it the other way so that that way every heart gets shifted over because there's a new heart that starts, and this is not absolute positions, these are relative positions. It draws the hearts in reverse order, I think. Which is annoying. So every time I add a new heart, it starts that from the beginning, which shifts it exactly one heart over. How do I fix that? How do I fix that? So it adds a new heart at the end. I mean, what if I add it at the beginning? If I add it to the beginning of the list instead of the end of the list. Could see how that works. Then they won't be referencing. Well, they might be referencing very different things, actually. I'm not sure if that's right at all. Right now it's back to shifting. Oh, why is it shifting, though? Why is it back to shifting? It seemed to be working, and then it wasn't. I don't like this. I don't... Because I'm thinking the first heart is on the left, but I think Minecraft draws the first heart on the right. And so, for example, like that top heart, it's constantly moving because there's another heart being drawn in front of it. So it would be like that heart would take its place, and that heart would take its place, and that heart would take its place. Not to mention, after a certain point, the hearts start to get a little bit closer together, so they're going to shift down as well. And that is not something I can avoid. So, you know what? Well, I might theoretically be able to avoid, but I don't really think it's that worth it. So we're not going to bother with it. Instead, we're just going to leave it, and it just slowly shifts in that very niche scenario, and it's not really that bad. And now I want to take a look at the iconic thing where it's going to change what gets drawn. Which I think is in a mix-in, right? No, it's not there. It is not there either. Change sprite callback. Okay, so that is where the bug ends up occurring. The original is HUD heart half. HUD heart half. Which is half. HUD heart underscore half is what it ends up doing. Wait a second. Basically what I need to do is this doesn't work here. And that's how it's gonna get underscore half. So we have that. So okay. So this and this. I'm gonna split it, so I get like HUD heart full, exactly like that. And I split it on that. And the index is 0, and then if it matches any of these, which is not going to if it's normal, but then we go from the index there in those situations because we want to get that right. Okay, I understand. Then it's just this. If builder dot starts with char at 0 is this, Does this return a char? Yeah, it does. I can delete the char at index 0. There we go. That should fix it. So now it should be fine. Alright, and so that works. Hooray. I guess for a bit I was turning things to gold. But didn't do that? No, this changed. It's still a cod, it just turned into raw gold. You gotta be kidding me. No idea what just happened there. Nothing seems to be problematic. Oh, I am big. Ow. Oh, you must flee. Well, this is gonna suck. Basically, alright. Alright, cool. that fixes both of those. All the new effects work. I don't think I have any reason to believe that the other effects would not work. Right? I didn't like change the way this worked in any substantial way. And I actually, well, I was on the server for that one. Right. All right, we have time. Let's verify the server. Actually, wait, no, stop. I need to build it first. Okay, so that was successful. Boom. Now run the server. We shouldn't disconnect for that reason anymore either. Oh, and I know why when I joined the server, it like hit me with a bunch of stuff, and that's because that was the last time I played. I had all that kind of stuff active and happening. That explains that. 'Cause I was like, wait, why is it going crazy already? That makes no sense. Because it's the tick on the dedicated server, right? So, yeah, and if the world is client, it doesn't. I get you. Okay. Okay, you can chill. I mean, yeah, this still works. That's for sure. That was one of the main things I wanted to test. We can, in fact, clip. And there we go. All right, I think that's more or less. I mean, I can check. I mean, yeah, this definitely works. That's a problem. All right, so this kicks them if they. I see. Okay. So this here, this kicks them if they're floating for too long, which is done if they're floating, which is determined. Here. This is M. Their last Y position. This gives them levitation. Yeah, so if they have levitation, then it's like whatever, right? Um, E, which is their vertical. Plants it with between a certain range, I'm guessing. I have to do that for shake weight. I have to do that for ping pong. I'd have to do that for to the moon. I'd have to do that for anything else that allows them to have that. Because I got stuck on a tree. Wait, doesn't it check if it's greater than or equal to something? Yeah, so I think this is sort of like my velocity, and my vertical velocity is... No, that's not true. M is greater than negative 0.5, or it's less than 0.5, then we set it to 0. I see. So management connection handler. What is this? That's for a bunch of other stuff that I'm not really interested in managing here. go to implementations of this. It's probably on the dedicated server. Wait, is that? Oh no, it's flight. Right. Is there any other effect that would maybe cause that? There's probably a bunch of different ways, so in order to not have that happen, I don't want to make a thing. I can maybe do that. That way, whenever the velocity is updated, we just reset the time that they're floating. I think that should work. All right, cool. So that's where I'm gonna have to wrap it for today. I think that pretty much fixes it. I mean, worst thing is that you just have to make sure that you enable flight on a dedicated server, but that's not a problem. And it definitely worked. I'll leave it like that. If there is a problem, where flight, where like people get kicked for flight being enabled. I'll be aware of that, and I'll like look into it more, right? But I think this should work because like anytime I'm updating the player velocity, which is going to be in those effects that are going to do it, are going to reset their floating ticks, which means it's always going to be set to 0. And you're not going to get disconnected for flying, I don't think. If you're just moving, but like your velocity is decreasing. All right, so it's good. We're good. Anyway, that is where I'm going to wrap it for today. This is good. I will be releasing this today, probably. Just going to rebuild it real quick and I'll be releasing it shortly. And yeah, then I'll have to spend a whole bunch of time writing articles for the wiki on all the new effects and stuff to update that, um, which I'll be doing when I get the chance to do so, basically. And then yeah, that's it, right? That is gonna be Chaos Edition 1.3 done. I'll release it. I'll make a trailer for it sometime in the future. We'll, all that good stuff. Um, if I have time this weekend, I'll look into any other potential coding projects I want to take on, and maybe we can get started with that next week. If not, I'll be looking into something to fill this slot, basically. So yeah, that's all I've got for you. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Really appreciate you checking it out. I'll be back tomorrow with more Lost Branch Legend. We might be wrapping that up soon-ish. Like I have fun with the game, but there's only so much you can do, right? And yeah, we'll eventually get a bunch of new stuff going soon. So that's it for me. You all have a great rest of your day. Peace out.